Laboratorium Terpadu Universitas Islam Indonesia berdiri sejak tahun 2004. Pada saat itu, Laboratorium Terpadu UI hanya memiliki laboratorium instrumentasi terpadu dengan fasilitas instrumentasi analisis kimia yang sangat terbatas bagi proses belajar dan mengajar mahasiswa dan dosen. Guna meningkatkan misi penelitian, sejak tahun 2010, Laboratorium Terpadu UI telah memperoleh status akreditasi ISO 17025 oleh Komite Akreditasi Nasional sebagai laboratorium pengujian dengan ruang lingkup air mineral dan air limbah. Saat ini, Laboratorium UI telah kembali memperoleh status akreditasi ISO 17025 berturut-turut untuk yang ketiga kalinya hingga tahun 2024 guna meningkatkan kemampuan UI sebagai universitas terbaik swasta di Indonesia dan mewujudkan imaji UI 2050 sebagai research university dalam era Industrial Revolution 4.0, maka Laboratorium Terpadu telah meningkatkan fasilitas instrumentasi analisis kimia dengan peralatan Autonomous Advanced Technology mutakhir.
Laboratorium Instrumentasi merupakan laboratorium pengujian yang disediakan oleh Universitas Islam Indonesia sebagai komitmen kami untuk melayani para peneliti di internal Universitas Islam Indonesia maupun para peneliti di seluruh Indonesia. Layanan pengujian kami menerima sampel cair, padat, dan gas yang akan kami proses dengan rentang waktu yang singkat. Untuk pengujian kadar logam dalam sampel cair, kami memiliki instrumen AAS Pin Pinnacle 900P buatan Perkit Elmer yang memiliki kemampuan pengujian dengan kadar yang sangat rendah, yaitu kisaran ppb. Untuk memperoleh visualisasi struktur bahan dan komposisi elemennya, kami memiliki instrumen Phenom Pro X SEM yang akan memberikan kualitas gambar dengan resolusi yang tinggi dan pengujian dengan waktu yang cepat. Untuk pengujian struktur kristal dan komposisi elemennya, kami memiliki instrumen XRD Booker D2 Phaser yang memiliki keunggulan untuk menganalisis dengan sudut rotasi yang rendah. Sebagai pengujian material berpori, kami memiliki instrumen GSA NovaTouch LX4 yang memiliki kemampuan untuk memberikan hasil uji luas permukaan, total volume pori, BCH, absorpsi, dan desorpsi.
Laboratorium Pendidikan Terpadu UI menggunakan basis teknologi pendidikan praktikum yang mengedepankan teknologi mutakhir dengan ditunjang pengajar yang mempunyai kompetensi paripurna sehingga mahasiswa melakukan praktikum tidak ragu dan semakin percaya diri mengembangkan keilmuannya. Unit pelayanan praktikum meliputi pelayanan praktikum fisika dasar, modulus elastisitas Young, rambatan panas, bandul matematis. Pelayanan praktikum kimia dasar meliputi pengujian elektrolisis, sifat koligatif larutan, reaksi kimia, dan pelayanan praktikum alat instrumentasi.
Dengan moto akurasi pengukuran, ketepatan waktu analisis, dan integritas pelayanan, Laboratorium Terpadu UI siap memberikan pelayanan prima bagi Anda. Kami percaya bahwa kemampuan pelayanan Laboratorium Terpadu UI dalam bidang pendidikan dan penelitian akan terus berkembang secara berkesinambungan.
Iya, ya, Pak.
Hitam kini, hitam nanti, gelap kini akankah berganti. Dan kau lilin-lilin kecil, sanggupkah kau mengganti?
Apa sih apa?
Kau memberi seberkas cahaya, dan kau lilin-lilin kecil, sanggupkah kau berpijak? Sanggupkah kau
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellency to our keynote speakers, Professor Datuk Dr. Ahmad Fauzi Ismail from University Technology Malaysia, Professor Won Chun Oh, PhD from Hansei University, South Korea, Associate Professor Dr. Oki Muraza from King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals, Saudi Arabia, Professor Michiaki Matsumoto from Dosisa University, Japan, Dr. Renat Antonius, MSc from Universitas Nusa Cendana, Indonesia. Excellency to the Rector of Universitas Islam Indonesia, Rector of University College Tati, Malaysia, Rector of Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa, Rector of Universitas Nusa Cendana. Honorable to the President of Indonesian Chemical Society, Honorable to Dean and Vice Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Islam Indonesia, respectable to Head and Secretary of Department of Chemistry, Universitas Islam Indonesia, Excellency, the distinguished invited speakers, invited guests, all presenters and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, all Christ is to God as the Lord of the world, as the master and creator of everything in this universe, and his blessings and mercy for enabling us to meet and gather in this webinar without any obstacles and troubles. Good morning, all ladies and gentlemen. We would like to convey our expression of gratitude because of your presence in this virtual event, and we're delighted to welcome you to Third International Conference on Chemistry, Chemical Process and Engineering 2020 by the theme Nurturing the Dynamic of Sustainable Chemistry by Exploring Indonesian Research. This event is organized by collaboration of Universitas Islam Indonesia, Universitas Nusa Cendana, Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa, and University College Tati, Malaysia. And this event sponsored by Laboratorium Terpadu Universitas Islam Indonesia, and this event is also supported by Royal Society of Chemistry, United Kingdom, and Indonesian Chemical Society. Excellency, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, to take the advantages of the quality of this time, so let's restart this morning event by reciting Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much. And now, without further ado, let's help me to welcome Mr. Cecep Syakbana Rahmatillah, SSI, to recite Holy Quran. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن في خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف الليل والنهار واختلاف الليل والنهار لآيات لأولي الألباب. الذين يذكرون يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا وعلى جنوبهم ويتفكرون في خلق السماوات والأرض ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك فقنا عذاب النار ربنا إنك من تدخل النار فقد أخزيته وما للظالمين من أنصار صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mr. Chairperson Rahmatullah for reciting Al-Imran 190 to 192. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and Excellency, the distinguished speakers, for a brief moment, we would like to invite you to rise and sing the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, and hymn of Universitas Islam Indonesia. So, ladies and gentlemen, may all we rise, please. Followed by the offering hymn of Universitas Islam Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated. Excellency, the distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite the chairperson of Third International Conference on Chemistry, Chemical Process and Engineering 2020 to deliver welcoming address. So the one and only Professor is Fatimah. Time is yours.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Salatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain amma ba'du. Excellencies, rectors, vice rectors, dean of faculties of Universitas Islam Indonesia, the honorable rector, vice rector, dean of faculties from Universitas Nusa Cendana, the honorable rector, vice rectors, dean of faculties of Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa, the honorable rectors, vice rectors, dean of faculties of University College Tati, distinguished keynote speakers, invited speakers, the honorable president of Indonesian Chemical Society. Thanks to Allah who gave us health and opportunity to meet in this screen in Zoom meeting to the third International Conference on Chemistry, Chemical Process and Engineering, IC3PE. After successfully conducted the first and second IC3PE, we are proud to present this meeting. This meeting is actually planned to be conducted in Labuan Bajo in collaboration with Chemistry Department, Universitas Nusa Cendana. However, the situation changed everything since the COVID-19 pandemic does not permit us to meet physically. But even though we believe that this event will contribute in similar way to the spirit of the agenda of IC3PE. By this event, we have opportunity to support sustainable development in many aspects of chemistry, chemical process, and sustainable future. And for facilitating this issue, we believe that third IC3PE provide the networking to the interdisciplinary group of world-recognized experts. And it is also the challenge for young researchers from chemistry, chemical process, and other related disciplines. The conference offered experts and chance to discuss their ideas and take suggestions for the future research. There are also challenges for students to make a new perspective and building strong network with the expert. So thank you very much for our keynote speakers, Prof. Dr. Ahmad Fauzi Ismail from University Technology Malaysia, Prof. Woon Chun Oh from Hanseo University Korea, Prof. Michiyako Matsumoto from Doshisha University Japan, Dr. Renat Antonius Ola from Universitas Nusa Cendana Indonesia, and also Associate Professor Dr. Oki Muraza from King Fahd University of Petroleum, Saudi Arabia. Also to our invited speakers, Sunardi PhD, Dr. Tatang Sabur Julianto, Dr. Grand Prix, Profesor Dr. Ivandini Tribidasari Anggraningrum, Deni Susanti PhD, Dr. Eko Adi, Dr. Anton Irawan, and also Dr. Siti Ilyani. This event will be focusing but not limited to other aspects of chemistry, green chemistry, sustainable process, material, inorganic chemistry, electrochemistry, sensor, food chemistry, etc. And this year, this conference is also hosted by not only from Universitas Islam Indonesia, but together with Chemistry Department Universitas Nusa Cendana, Nusa Tenggara Barat, Nusa Tenggara Timur, Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa Banten, University College Tati, Malaysia. Again, thank you very much to all participants and also the speakers, and thank you to make this conference completely successful. Sekian, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Professor Is Fatima for delivering the welcoming address in this event. And she is the chairperson of the third IC3PE and also the head of the Department of Chemistry Universitas Islam Indonesia. All right, the Excellency, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, all the participants. It is my pleasure to introduce you the President of Indonesian Chemical Society. So please join us in welcoming address to the one and only Dr. Muhammad Rafi. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi untuk kita semua. Honorable Rector of Universitas Islam Indonesia, Honorable Rector of Universitas Nusa Cendana, Honorable Rector of Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa, and Honorable Rector of University College of Tati, Honorable Speaker, guests, organizing committee, and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, praise and gratitude towards Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who has given His grace so that we are all here to attend the third International Conference on Chemistry, Chemical Process, and Engineering 2020. On behalf of the Indonesian Chemical Society, I would like to congratulate and salute the organizing committee for organizing this successful scientific meeting, even though we couldn't meet offline because of the pandemic. In this disruptive era, chemistry, chemical process, and engineering will play an important role and contribute to science and technology's sustainable development. The Indonesian Chemical Society is delighted to see students, young and experienced scientists from Indonesia and other countries come to this conference and share your expertise and knowledge. It will contribute to our society's continual development because we can create more bonds, collaborations, and networking. Finally, I thank and welcome all of you to this conference. I would like to express my gratitude and hope that you will have a good atmosphere, conference, and fruitful meeting. Terima kasih, selamat berkonferensi. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Dr. Rafi for your very nice welcoming address in this event. All right, the distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to listen and watch together the videos of welcoming address by the Rector of Universitas Nusa Cendana, the Rector of Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa, the Rector of University College Tati, Malaysia, and the last, we would like to listen and watch together the video from the Rector of Universitas Islam Indonesia. And now, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the videos.
Good day, respected leader of all the consortium of the university running this international conference, including the leader of Islamic University of Indonesia, Nusa Cendana University, and University of Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa, and the leader of Faculty of Engineering Technology, University College Tati, Malaysia, and all the participants of the international consortium in running this international seminar, especially the speaker. I should say thank you for the steering committee that have prepared this international conference, what we call as the third international conference on chemistry, chemical process, and engineering 2020 virtual conference. I think this is a great honor for us to deliver our speech in this international conference, and I have to say thank you very much in this collaboration. I think this is a good opportunity for the university, especially Nusa Cendana University, for all the staff of the Nusa Cendana University to be participating in this international conference And hopefully by running this international conference, we have a good opportunity to collaborate, not only the staff but also the student. And I believe the student that will engage with this international conference will have a great opportunity to improve their knowledge and their capacity in science and technology. I should say thank you for the Dean of the Faculty of Science and Engineering of the University of Nusa Cendana. I think to be participating in this international conference is our priority. That is why, since the beginning, I encourage all the leaders of the faculty to go forward at the international level to prove that our vision is a good one. As the global-oriented university, we have to compete at the international level. Again, thank you. Enjoy this international conference and good luck.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Good morning everybody. The Excellencies, Rektor Universitas Islam Indonesia, Rektor Universitas Nusa Cendana, Rektor University College TI Malaysia, the President of Indonesian Chemical Society, distinguished speakers, Professor Datuk Dr. Ahmad Fauzi Ismail from University Technology Malaysia, Professor Wong Chum Oh, PhD, Henshu University, Korea Republic, Associate Professor Dr. Oki Muraza, King Fahd University of Petroleum and Mineral, Saudi Arabia, Professor Michiaki Matsumoto from Dosisa University, Japan, Dr. Renat Antonius RBOI, Master of Science from Universitas Nusa Cendana, and all invited speakers session and distinguished participants of this Zoom meeting. First, I, on behalf of Universitas Sultan Ageng di Tayasa, warmly welcome all the attendees of the International Conference on Chemistry, Chemical Process and Engineering, IC3PE 2020. In this opportunity, I would like also to express my sincere appreciation to all colleagues from Universitas Islam Indonesia, UII, Universitas Nusa Cendana, Undana, University College TATI Malaysia, and all distinguished speakers, participants for joining the conference. Proudly, I would thank all the IC3PE 2020 committee and the International Advisory Board members for their support and effort in preparing this conference. They have eagerly prepared this event to ensure all activities during the conference proceed perfectly. This year's conference may feel different due to the current unprecedented situation, but the spirit remains the same. The spirit to disseminate the results of intensive research from universities, research centers, and government boards in order to bring synergy between research and industry and to share knowledge among researchers for better innovation in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference also signifies Untirta's contribution to Banten and Indonesia. As a leading state university in Banten province, Untirta consistently serves a medium for the development of science and knowledge, particularly in the field of chemical engineering. I hope through plenty of plenary lectures and many oral communication in IC3PE 2020 conference will allow and provide you with valuable insights and knowledge. However, not only relevant knowledge you will receive, but also networking with other researchers, engineers, colleagues, sponsors, and exhibitors. Finally, I would like to thank UII, Universitas Islam Indonesia, as the primary host of this conference. Hopefully, we can continue our collaboration in developing science and technology in upcoming activities. Thank you very much. Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you to MC of the conference, Sisi Sapana, Honorable Professor Dr. Is Fatima, Chairperson of IC3PE, Honorable Dr. Muhammad Rafi, the President of the Indonesian Chemical Society, Honorable Professor Fatul Wahid, the Rector of the Universitas Islam Indonesia, Honorable Professor Engineer Frederick Lucas Benu, Rector of the Universitas Nusa Cendana, Honorable Professor Dr. H. Fatah Sulaiman, Rector of Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirta Yasa. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to be given this opportunity to participate in the opening ceremony of the 3rd International Conference on Chemistry, Chemical Process and Engineering, or we call it IC3PE 2020. It is indeed my pleasure to speak to all of you today, despite having it in a new norm, a format we are not used to. As you all know, we are currently through a tough and challenging time. This definitely is a moment that we have never experienced and will be the one that we never forget. I am impressed and thankful to the dedicated IC3PE committees whom all have managed to realize IC3PE during this difficult time. Thank you for your dedication, time and effort. As this is UC30 first collaboration as the co-organizer of IC3PE, I hope this cooperation will continue in the new form in the future, especially in joint research or other knowledge sharing with co-joint universities. My first thanks to all the participants, as all of you are the paramount part of the conference success. Be safe everyone, take care of yourself, take care of our friends, take care of our community. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of us. The Honorable colleague, Professor Dr. Frederick Lucas Benu, Director of Universitas Nusa Cendana, Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Fatah Sulaiman, Director of Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa, Indonesia, and Professor Dr. Anwar bin Ahmad, Director of University College, Tati, Malaysia. All the distinguished guests, speakers, and all the participants coming from 10 different nationalities. First of all, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all virtually in this international conference on chemistry, chemical process, and engineering. On behalf of Universitas Islam Indonesia, I would like to extend my gratitude to all the institutional partners co-hosting this conference: Universitas Nusa Cendana, Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa, and University College, Tati. I have to admit that my educational background has nothing to do with chemistry or chemical engineering, but I do understand that our life cannot be spared
from chemistry in a broader sense, from waking up in the morning until going to bed in the night. We use many products in our daily activities that involve various chemical processes. Even our body metabolism is also a chemical process. But I'm not going to talk further about this issue, which is beyond my expertise. My point here is that chemistry is very vital in our life. Distinguished guests and participants, the COVID-19 pandemic has refrained us from arranging a physical conference like we did before. This virtual conference is part of our initiative to not surrender to the pandemic. Instead, we may perceive that the pandemic is also a blessing in disguise. As our Chinese friends say, it is better to light a candle than to curse the darkness. The pandemic has made us genuinely evaluate our capability, our capacity, our efficacy in utilizing information technology to support our online learning and our business processes. In this regard, it has also accelerated our decision-making process and sharpened our learning curve. The pandemic has also triggered us to develop our capability in responding unpredicted and uncertain situations creatively. Not all of our efforts succeed perfectly, but many of them do. In this situation, I would say that effectiveness is much more important than perfection. In the context of organization or community, like the academic community, one thing to agree on is that the pandemic is not a hoax that we should neglect. It is real. Running away from it is not an option. We have to cope with it. What differentiates one society to another is on their attitude to deal with the pandemic. Distinguished guests and participants, I'm happy today to witness that this annual conference is still arranged and many of our colleagues are still engaged to participate. This collective positive energy is very important to fuel our further effort, when until today we do not know when the pandemic will end in many corners of the world, or at least in the Indonesian context. Collaborative action like the one represented in this conference will be the key effort to make us keep looking at the bright side and stay optimistic in promoting human civilization through the advancement of science. Discussing the connection between these two unlikely related topics, promoting human civilization and advancing science, is both interesting and important. We may do so both through soliloquy in solitude or when the situation allows in public space, in various media like today's conference. I do believe that in this conference, the researchers will inspire and learn to one another. I'm sure the participants will find this virtual conference socially and intellectually rewarding. I should stop here and let the discussion begin and flow. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's all of the videos of the welcoming address by directors. All right, the Excellency, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before continuing to the next agenda, we will have a photo session together. So now we back to all the speakers and also the presenters and participants. We beg you to kindly activate your camera, and we will join the photo session, and the committee will process for capturing our screen in the session of the photo together. All right, so the photo session begin. Let's doing the pose. Smile together. Smile in front of your camera. While waiting to the committee process for capturing our screen. Hold down. Still hold our smile in front of the camera. The session will spend for about 1 minute for processing, capturing our screen. Still keep smiling in front of camera. Okay, please, for those who haven't activated the camera yet, please to kindly activate to join this photo session. Still hold your smile in front of the camera. Right, we're still waiting for the process of capturing our screen. Keep smiling. Take a deep breath. Yeah, finish. Thank you very much for your participation in this photo session. Well, the Excellency, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, we are now continuing our meeting to the next agenda, that is to join the plenary session 1. And this session will be moderated by our today's moderator in plenary session 1. And the moderator is the one and only Mr. Teguh Kurniawan, STMT, PhD from Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa, Indonesia. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Mila. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I will moderate for 100 minutes, and we already have 3 great speakers here, and they will deliver the presentation for each 30 minutes. And after that, we will have the question and answer session for around 10 minutes. And for the first speakers, I would like to introduce him. We have Professor Dr. Ahmad Fauzi. He is a Deputy Vice Chancellor in University Technology Malaysia. And he is the founding director of Advanced Membrane Technology Research Center in UTM as well, and the author of more than 800 papers and over 50 book chapters. Also, he has 9 patents granted and 21 patents is still pending. And he received more than 130 awards. And the recent one is the World Academy of Science Prize in Engineering Science in 2019. And Professor Fauzi also served as the chief editor in Water Treatment and Desalination Journal, and also as the engineering editor for the Arabian Journal for Science and Engineering. So his talk today is about the surface modification of membrane, recent approaches, and performance evaluation. For those who want to give the question, participant can write down the question in the column chat, okay? So without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Professor Fauzi. Time is yours, Professor Fauzi.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Teguh Kurniawan, for your kind introduction. Can you hear me well?
Yes, please.
First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizing committee, especially Professor Fatima, for giving me the opportunity to share some of my recent works in this international conference. And I also would like to extend my gratitude to the Rector of Universitas Islam Indonesia, Professor Fatul Wahid, and then Professor Frederick Lucas Benu, a Rector of Universitas Nusa Cendana, Professor Fatah Sulaiman, Rector Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa, and Professor Dr. Anwar Ahmad, Rector of University College Tati, Malaysia, and Dr. Muhammad Rafi, the Indonesian Chemical Society, and last but not least, my friends, Professor Dr. Is Fatimah. Ladies and gentlemen, my talk is not meant to be very exhaustive, but I would like to share how we use kind of chemistry in our works to develop and to improve membrane technology. For those who are not really aware of membrane technology, it is actually has been developed or invented by physical chemists. And in the background, I'm not a chemist. I'm a petroleum engineer. So I changed my mazhab of learning into chemical engineering with my master's and my PhD, because I've seen that chemical engineering plays plays an important role in the area that I like the most, that is separation processes. So today the title is surface modification of liquid separation membrane, which is liquid mean gas and water, and recent approach and performance evaluation. This is the content of my talk. Now, for information, the word membrane came from a Latin word, membrana, or a skin, and regarded as a selective barrier between two phases. The uniqueness of the technology, because of its offer low energy cost and capital, ease of operation, mechanical robust, modular, easy to scale up, high stability, sustainable, and allow high level of automation. Before I move further, I would like to take one step back. The technology is not new. It has been with us since our birth, or since before our birth. Yeah. The best membrane technology in the world is our kidney. That is why only the best technology in the world as well that can be used to treat kidney patient, which in modern world we call hemodialyzer or hemodialysis process. So the heart of the hemodialysis is membrane. So for those who have not been in this area, this is a good introduction anyway, the good and the best one. So membrane is already within us now in our birth, in our birthday. And our eyes, our brain, the whole body of us, human being, were covered with membrane. So the technology nowadays has been acknowledged to address the sustainable development goal. Majority of the 17 goals can be benefited by employing membrane technology, especially number 6, is clean water and sanitation.
Oh, kalau chat begitu Ferlin toh? Buat apa? Oh, rendam.
Oh, somebody is shouting there.
Oh, tutorial itu toh? Kalau tutorial cara.
Yes. It's off now, Professor. You can continue. Please unmute, Professor. Please unmute the microphone.
Okay. SDG number 6, clean water, is among the goals that can be addressed with membrane technology. Next. These are some of the niche application of the technology. Fuel cell. In fuel cell, again, the heart of the fuel cell is a membrane. Water treatment, reverse osmosis, ultrafiltration, microfiltration, nanofiltration are using membrane. So now people are talking about lack of clean water supply. Even in Malaysia, we were blessed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala with a lot of water, rain. But the more rain we got, the less water we can access. So this technology can be used. Like Indonesia, is a big country surrounded by seawater. That this seawater has not been, to the best of my knowledge, affected by climate change. So if, let's say, Indonesia or even Malaysia have lack of a clean water supply, we can use seawater, which in here we call seawater desalination. Desalination means desalt. We remove the salt by using membrane technology. So in actual fact, with the application of this emerging or this technology, the problem of water supply is not really a big problem. But why it's now become serious? Because this technology has not been used extensively due to some reason like the cost, everything. Of course, the cost is expensive because seawater contain about 70 times the amount of salt in the water compared to the river water. So 70 times compared to the one, you know, of course, a bit of cost need to be put in there. But if the people cannot get access to clean water, the government can change, you know. The government can change. It's proven in many countries in the world. Because of water, certain countries are fighting because of water. So that's why if certain country can look into membrane technology seriously, rigorously, inshallah, no problem. Water supply is a basic need. We should not have a big problem. So these are some gas separation. Climate change probably one of the factors contributed by CO2, methane. So membrane can be used to separate or to remove CO2 from natural gas, that is methane, as being used extensively now. And of course, this is a dialysis medicine. So now in UTM, we are developing our own hemodialysis membrane now. So the next step is clinical trial, and we got support from many institutions, even the government agency who supported our initiative. And let me just compare some conventional and emerging membrane processes. In membrane itself, there's some conventional, which is quite old technology, and some emerging technology. Like membrane, majority are pressure driven. Majority, I'm not saying all. Like membrane, this is some of the not that new, but quite established membrane distillation to substitute the distillation column. And this is quite new. We call it pressure retarded osmosis and forward osmosis. These are the emerging one. So below is electrodialysis, capacitive deionization, proton exchange membrane, fuel cell, and gas separation. These are some of the emerging technology now, especially these osmotic-driven membrane processes. Now people are talking about the blue energy, which is using the gradient, the capacity gradient to generate energy, which is from the sea. Now, what are the key elements in the technology? So when I started doing this research for about more than 25 years ago, probably because I'm not chemist, I'm not even, a purely chemical engineer, I can see that from different perspective. So this is what I can summarize. The key element in this technology comprises the membrane material, the system design and engineering, and the module and manufacturing. So majority of us, I'm not saying all, like chemists, they studied rigorously on membrane material. And after that, they publish paper, they write a book, and so forth. And they got, recognition, they got award, they got promotion. And after that, that's it. Membrane, without system design engineering, they will go nowhere. If you have the system design engineering, but you cannot manufacture the module, you cannot customize the module to suit, the stakeholder, the industry, then you go nowhere. So that's why, in my humble opinion, until and unless these three elements, we integrate together, then it will be beneficial to the community and industry. So exploration of new material is important. Implementation of new preparation methods improve the selectivity in membrane, the purity, increase permeation rate or productivity and surface area, and reduce fouling is important. And after that, we need to develop the module with increased packing density. And then we need to design the unit using computational fluid dynamic, for example, and parametric studies to further improve and optimize the separation process. Now, membrane is not purely chemical engineering, it's not purely chemistry, it's not, it is a combination, it's a multidisciplinary technology. It involves fundamental studies, it involves manufacturing, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, and probably to a certain extent, civil engineering, and material science studies, as well as separation processes. So until and unless we can integrate these four elements, then we can make use this technology toward, the greater impacts. Otherwise, I'm always saying this to my staff in UTM, don't ever say that you are an expert. If your research products yet to be benefited by the community, because why? If you went for study for a master degree, a PhD degree, a sponsored, that sponsor is actually a people's money from their taxpayer money. So we should, plow back whatever we have had for the benefit of the community first, industry, and so forth. Now, I would like to share a bit about the modification. This is some of the innovation in membrane technology being implemented or still under research now. This innovation is to address the trade-off in separation processes. The trade-off is actually the permeability and the selectivity. The permeability means productivity. If the productivity is high, of course, the selectivity or purity is low. So how on this earth we could develop material, innovate the technique that can, balance this trade-off? And then to address the persistent problem, what are the problems? Fouling or scaling, biofouling, lifespan and replacement of the membrane, some manufacturer guaranteed up to 10 years to our experience testing the commercial membrane. We confident 5 years, inshallah, no problem. 7 years, yeah, we need to really study. 10 years of membrane guaranteed, well, yet to be proven until today. And to enhance sustainability of the technology by reducing the energy consumption, because membrane is pressure-driven majority. So how we could reduce that? Solventless fabrication of membrane. We need less solvent so that we reduce the pollution, environmental pollution during the membrane manufacturing. Now, what are the desired properties? Optimum process. This is, inshallah, chemists can do it very well. How they do it? We develop the recipe, the polymer solution or the dope solution. A membrane should have porous substructure to achieve maximum water flux. The pore must be narrow as possible to avoid other particles from entering the pore. We can do this. The pore of the membrane, it could be 0.2 to 0.5 mm. And the membrane strength also depends on the pore structure of the membrane. And of course, must have withstand high pressure. And we need to charge the surface because the repulsive force working between the charge, the surface, and the core ion in the feed solution prevent solid deposition on the membrane. This is why we need to charge the surface. And a recent experiment in our lab, we use Zetronic charge in our membrane. Now, this again, we need highly hydrophilic, so to increase of a better fouling resistance, and we need a smooth surface, so that the foul faster compared with a smooth surface. So we need to improvise this. Now, what are the motivation? Why we need to modify? Why can't we just buy the membrane? If we just buy the membrane, ladies and gentlemen, forever, we will not be able to sustain ourselves. So sustainability is a big problem if we only use, the commercial membrane. To a certain extent, we need to start now. At least we have the membrane. In the next few years, we could, improvise the membrane. And for example, the next 5-10 years, we have our own technology. Indonesian or Malaysian-made membrane technology. So the dependency on technology from outside is very much less, inshallah. So we add functionalities, we modify the space charge, we enhance the anti-fouling properties, after surface wetting properties, increase hydrophilicity and hydrophobicity. So all this, the motivation for us to make the modification. And then, what are the agents? First of all, we need the nanomaterial. Why? Because at nanoscale, material often possess novel size-dependent properties which unique from the bark counterpart. So we need that in order to increase the selectivity. So how to do that? We introduce high space, absorption capacity, fast transport, antimicrobial, anti-fouling, of course, to the extent mechanical strength. Now, these are some of the agents. You know better than me. I don't need to go into detail. PAMAM, not PAMAN, PAMAM. So we use all this in our lab. And again, nowadays people try to biomimic the material so that it close to our biological system. So we use aquaporin. Why? Because it contributes to fast transport, high selectivity, and anti-fouling. Now, these are some of strategy of membrane surface modification. I have a counterpart from chemistry that teach us how to do this modification. So either we use a nanometer coating, grafting, or we post-surface modification of thin film nanocomposite material. The important things above all is a nanometer coated PA active layer. The active layer is actually the layer that conduct all the magic separation processes. And the porous substrate down there provide a mechanical strength to our membrane. So these are type of the surface modification. We use physical modified surface, that is, the well-known layer by layer coating, or deep coating, or spray coating, or vacuum filtration. So all this, it depends on the preference. Which one is easier? Which one is more adaptable? So I'm not saying that this the one is better than this one. No, we have tried all. There are some advantage and some disadvantage. Advantage is simple and fast, but the problem is leaching of the agent that have proposed us some difficulties in obtaining the uniform coating. How come I cannot? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay. Astaghfirullahaladzim. I lost my slide. Sorry, I lost my slide. Did secretary have my slide there? I lost my slide here. Did the committee, the secretary have my slide over there?
Halo.
Halo.
Halo Profesor.
Ya.
Wah gitu.
Kamu.
I try to find my slide. I'm trying to find my slide back.
Okay, okay.
Halo Professor Fauzi.
Yes.
Maybe you continue the presentation. Our committee will display your PowerPoint.
Yeah, okay. Go to the next, please.
Next. Okay, next. It's okay.
Next again. Again. Next. 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 Okay. So this is some of the approach. Next. So this is some of the approach that we, after studying all these technique, we adopted some of the approach like thin film composite with a layer by layer assembly of titanium nanoseed for desalination. So the layer by layer deposition technique has been adopted, and the role of the interlayer spacing between the TiO2 nanosheet stacked layers can improve the ion rejection and water permeation. So this positively change the TNS is obtained through the acid treatment. The negative charge TNS is obtained through exfoliation of the tetrabutyl ammonium hydroxide. So we do this, and we just published sometime this year in membrane. And the important thing is we can improve the water permeation flux as well as the selectivity, the rejection. So this proven that this layer by layer is also an important technique to improve the performance of our desalination. Next. Now, the next one is as an example, a few the example that we use this technique, hydroxyl propyl methacrylate polymer coating on the PVDF hollow fiber membrane using initiated chemical vapor deposition for color removal. It's important because, like in textile industry, color is extremely difficult to remove. So industry came to us and worked together with us and try to initiate a technique how we can remove the color efficiently. So we use this technique. So the advantage of ICVD is we can produce a accurate control of polymeric thin film thickness. The thickness of the coating layer is very difficult to control. So by using ICVD, we somehow can control to the best that based on our requirement. And then we obtain a smooth and permanent coating. This is very important. Some coating might expel out for some reason, because during the process it deals with a lot of chemicals. So the coating of our hollow fiber with this layer is produce a highly hydrophilic membrane, and therefore increase the hydrophilicity, thus increase the flux during the removal of color pigment as shown in the graph. So this luckily has been accepted in European Polymer Journal sometime this year. So having said that, like the water desalination just now, this is quite normal for chemists. But what we do, we develop a system, and this system, we make it quite a big system that can produce 1,000 liter clean water per day for community consumption. So what I'm trying to say is, from the lab, we develop a prototype. Now we develop a system, and now some of our membrane, we receive funding from our government, about 8 million ringgit Malaysia. I'm not sure how much in Indonesian rupiah. 8 million for us to develop a membrane that can produce 1,000 liter per day for consumption and utility for 50 units that can be that will be installed. Some of them have been installed. A 20 system being installed in rural school. Some rural school do not get access to clean water. So alhamdulillah, our system being implemented now in Malaysia, 50 schools in Malaysia. Next. Next, this is a way forward. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the integration is very important. The way forward for this is, number one is a lab scale effort. More fundamental understanding on the interaction between the surface modifying agent and the membrane. The correlation studies between the separation performance and the membrane modification and computational studies need to be established. If we can't do this, it's difficult for us to convince the industry or our stakeholder to use the technology. I'm not saying only membrane. Any new emerging technology have to go through all this development of steps. Number two, we need to have a pilot scale studies. We exploring on the method for large scale fabrication of surface modified membrane. What I presented just now is that is lab scale. Now we need a large scale fabrication. Otherwise, if you got an order from industry that dealing with 1 million liter cube, 1 million liter per day water that need to be recycled, it's difficult for us to do that. And then reproducibility study. All the membrane that I mentioned just now, is it reproducible? How many percent reproducibility? 80%? 90%? This is important to the industry. And last but not least, the commercial efforts. Technological economical assessment to bring the product like surface modified membrane to the market need to be studied, intensively, because the industry will always ask, if you invested in this technology, what is the ROI? What is the lifespan of your membrane? What is the operating expenditure of your membrane? What is the energy consumption of your membrane? So all these need to be studied. And if you have all these three aspects, rigorously studied, I'm pretty sure whatever technology you develop, inshallah, it can be implemented. And this is some go through some of my experience dealing with this technology. Now we have a spin-off company for membrane technology, and we are now serving a few industries in Malaysia and abroad that seek our assistance to solve their problem in industry as well as in community. Next, as a conclusion, surface functionalization is an attractive approach to enhance performance in terms of permeability, selectivity, and anti-fouling properties. The physical and chemical approach are equally important for membrane modification, but the choice is strongly depending on the purpose of modification and application of the modified membrane. I mentioned that there are 4 or 5 methods. So the method probably suited for the application for color removal, but probably not for water desalination. So you need to identify this need and requirement. And last but not least, the well-controlled modification approaches and the optimization of the modification conditions in terms of time, cost, and effectiveness will promote the utilization of the modified surface membrane for commercial application. Once again, I said, it's not easy, but ladies and gentlemen, it's not impossible. You have all the knowledge, you have all the skill and talent, you have the people. What we need to do is, you need some encouragement, you need some opportunities, you need some support from your department, your faculty, your university, from your government, and the acceptability of technology by the industry will, inshallah, determine the success of our endeavor. With that, I would like to thanks to members of my team in advanced membrane sector, the student, UTM, and Ministry of Higher Education for always supporting our efforts since I came back from my PhD in 1997. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Fauzi, for the nice presentation and information. So for those who want to give the question, we encourage you to write down the question on the column chat on the chat room. And please mention to whom the question is asked to. Okay, now we move to the next speakers. We have Professor Dr. Won Chun-oh. He is professor in the Department of Advanced Material and Engineering at Hansu University in Korea and School of Material Science and Engineering at Anhui University of Science and Technology in China. So he already obtained several awards such as the Research Front Award from Korean Carbon Society, and then Yangsong Award from Korea Ceramic Society, and the Excellent Paper Award from Korea Journal of Material Research. Also the Best Paper Award from Journal of Industrial and Engineering Chemistry, and the Award of Appreciation from ICMMA in 2011, 2014, and 2019. He is the author or a co-author of 756 papers and appointed as one of the top 100 scientists in the world at IBC UK. Now he serves also as the editor-in-chief of the Journal of Multifunctional Materials and Photoscience, and ASEAN Journal of Material Chemistry, and the advisory board member of the ASEAN Journal of Chemistry. His talk today is about the graphene semiconductors technology toward highly improved CO2 reduction and gas sensor. With that, I would like to give the floor to Professor Oh. Time is yours, Professor. Hello, Professor Oh. Can you hear me? All right. I think Professor Oh has some problem with the connection. Okay, so we'll move to other speaker for the last speaker, but not this. Then we will change. We will after the Professor Oki. Maybe we can. Hello, Professor Oki. Hello, Dr. Oki.
Assalamualaikum. Good morning, Pak Teguh.
Salam. Good morning. So I would like to introduce Dr. Oki first before you start to deliver the presentation. So Dr. Oki Muraza, he is an associate professor in Department of Chemical Engineering and St. King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals. He already filed more than 10 US patent applications in the field of hydrocarbon conversion. And Dr. Muraza has published more than 20 ISI papers in 2015 and more than 25 papers in 2016 and 30 papers in 2018. And in the past 10 years, he already got a grant about 6.2 million US dollar from research funding from industry and government. And as the principal investigator, Dr. Muraza proposals are rated as a highly recommended proposal according to the American Association for the Advancement of Science in the CACS review system. He is now also serve as associate editors in Frontiers and Energy Research and topic editor in Frontiers in Chemistry. So today we will talk about the sustainable energy from palm oil plantation and valorization. Dr. Oki, time is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Teguh Kurniawan. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for the organizer for having this very nice conference. Inshallah, during the allocated time, I would like to share some of my thought and perspective on sustainable energy, especially the technology which may be suitable for Indonesia, Malaysia, and ASEAN. Please allow me to share my screen. So I think the screen is on, right?
Yes, yes, Dr. Oki.
Yes. With the current development that we have, COVID-19, and also the security problems in energy supplies for ASEAN countries, basically we need to think of sustainable technology which may be suitable for Indonesia and ASEAN. To some extent, we need to choose properly the things for the next coming years to survive. Yes. So first of all, if we see the sustainable energy for a nation, there are options for that. First of all, normally a nation or a region choose according to the technology development. This is what we have in Europe now. There is a European Green Deal, so they try to put stimulus in order to cure or to preserve the economy by having a European Green Deal, starting from offshore windmills, and then to get hydrogen, and then hydrogen to be used either electricity or as a fuels in hydrogen fuel car. Now, of course, the situation for Indonesia is a bit different. We are still having problem with the technology advancement. What we have now at this moment is the resources. We have biomass, we have edible oil, and also non-edible oil. So that we need to think how to shape that resources in order to have our better energy security, job creations,
with limited infrastructure that we have and also with limited capital availables. Yeah. And at the end, I would like to emphasize that this sustainable energy is offering us the job creation, something that we need at this crisis time. So a little bit background that sustainable energy is important to tackle the energy security. As we can see here, Indonesia is no longer rich in conventional hydrocarbon resources, oil and gas, even for coal. So we need to think how can a nation survive after 2030, as we can see here from the chart. To summarize our need, we need to reduce the energy demand or energy import, and then to move the renewable portions from about 9 to 10% this year. And in 5 years, we are expected to move to 23 to 25% a quarter. And then we need to lower the gasoline productions and also to reduce the demand for LPG. The typical problem for Indonesia and India is the very high demand of LPG import. What are the solutions for this? We need to optimize all of the different types of energy sources that we have to reduce the imports. There are many options here on the left side, nuclear, hydropower, wind, solar, and geothermal, but I would like to emphasize only on the bioenergy. So the bioenergy is used for transportations, biomass for electricity generations, and I'm going to emphasize on the needs for bioenergy to secure, to improve the security, energy security, and job creations. What do we have so far? So far, we have the different bioenergy. So far, we have the biodiesel, famous biodiesel. This is already national program in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. Now it's B30, and it's going to increase, of course, in the next coming years. And then the drop-in fuels like hydrogenated vegetable oil is also rising. Pertamina started to produce this. And then, of course, we have already regulations in place for blending with ethanol. And the question will be, is this bioenergy affordable? Because with the low GDP that we have, we need to choose carefully technology which is affordable, in addition to secure. The bioenergy is considered to be still expensive, even though we have some good news this year. For instance, renewable energy company Ørsted in Scandinavia, they are valued better than any oil companies. So with this motivation, we may expect that with the technology that is going to be developed in the next few slides, the bioenergy costs will be cheaper in the next coming years. Now, we are going to highlight the technology status. So this is the chart of TRL, technology readiness level. As you can see, we are having commercialized vegetable oil to biodiesel. This is fatty acid methyl esters. And then, inshallah, we are going to have maybe in 2025, the renewable diesel from hydrogenations, hydrodeoxygenations. And then what we need to do basically in the next coming years, we need to improve on the activity on catalytic cracking, co-processing in FCC, fluidized catalytic cracking. We need to monetize our biogas, monetize the solid waste via gasifications, and of course, in the long run, we need to have a cheap feedstock, which is not cheap yet, such as algae and others. So we are going to see the stronger position of biodiesel in energy mix, the pilot scale of catalytic cracking, and of course we expect to have the commercial scale of hydrogenation or hydrodeoxygenation. There are several scenarios, but at this moment we are still struggling for the first transition period, in which that we are having the competition between food and fuel for the next 5 years. Palm oil is the best commodity for Indonesia and Malaysia, even though we can still consider this as a food and it's still commodity, and the price is still high as compared to current crude oil. In the next 3 years until 2022, at least OPEC, IEA, and others, they agree that the oil price will be cheap around $40 a barrel. So this is still challenging how to make a scheme, profitable scheme from palm oil to hydroprocessing for green diesel, and also from palm oil to trans-esterifications to produce biodiesel. What we need is the dedicated energy crops, or in Indonesian it is kebun energy. This kebun energy is going to help us not only with the sawit, but also with others like nyamplung or reotalis kemirisunan, and then this will give us a cheaper feedstock for meals. It can be edible meals or non-edible meals, and after that it will be split into different directions, from the conventional trans-esterifications, the catalytic cracking, co-processing with crude, and also the hydrogenations. We need to keep in mind that the hydrodeoxygenation and catalytic cracking basically depend on the current refinery facility. With this integrated biorefinery, we expect, of course, cheaper feedstock to be in. We expect to have job creations and reduce logistics. For biodiesel, what we have seen so far is the effort to work on different fields, such as cheaper feedstock. Yeah. So far, the palm oil is still more expensive than crude oil. And then in the future, we expect to have others like nyamplung and kemirisunan. In terms of catalysis, we've seen the effort to reduce separation costs by moving from homogeneous to heterogeneous catalysis. And then in more details, we need solid acid catalysis, which is suitable for cheap feedstock. And then there is also a lot of activities to have magnetic catalyst in order to easy the recycle in the process. So how to improve the economics other than the feedstock and catalysis? We also need to improve the classical sterilizations that we have in the palm oil mills. This is still homework for chemists and chemical engineers. How can we generate industrial vegetable oil, which is cheaper than refined bleach and deodorized palm oil for energy? And then also we need to work on the byproduct, which is the glycerol, to improve the economics. There is a trend nowadays to move to combine the bio-based economy, which is currently driven by the palm oil plantations, with circular economy. So in the circular economy, we use a lot of waste, different ways from mining, different ways from agriculture. Here we can see different abundant materials, empty fruit branch, palm kernel shells, which can be used in energy, and then finally we utilize the fly ash or bottom ash for different purpose. We expect that the chemists and chemical engineers are active in this field in order to improve the either bio-based economy and also the circular economy. There is also a synergy between bioenergy and the hydrocarbon business, oil and gas, because there is no one solution for all. We need to collaborate with oil and gas because even biodiesel still need methanol, and then renewable diesel need the hydrogen. We expect in the future, we started currently with a low capex, low capital, sustainable energy such as biodiesel. We are moving towards higher capitals, which is the hydrodeoxygenations for green diesels. And then there should be more effort to improve the refinery capacity. Then we can blend 10% of bio crude oil into fluidized catalytic cracking for gasoline. And then also in the future, we need to think of green square diesel, which means that the hydrogen that we have one green from feedstock, which is from palm oil or non-audible oil, and then we have the second green from the hydrogen. This is already done before in Asahan, in South Sumatra, where they produce aluminum by using green. So we need to also think how can we capitalize on this topic in the future. And there is also need to move from those technologies, transesterification, hydrodeoxygenations, and hydroisomerizations. This is the currently the UOP technology, and also catalytic cracking, biogasoline, to hydrogen-free deoxygenation. Yeah, this hydrogen-free deoxygenation will help us because to some extent the capex which is expected to be involved, it's quite high in the middle. In the middle, basically, we are utilizing the refinery utility, which is requiring high capex. So in the future, we hope that more players, chemists and chemical engineers working on the hydrogen-free deoxygenation. And these are the bioenergy and refinery that we work on to work on synergetic effect between these two fields. Of course, we open to different roads to biodiesels, such as agricultural waste. We are going to highlight a little bit about the liquid effluents from palm oil mills. And then Indonesia is a large nation with 270 million population. We have a lot of waste. And in the future, in order to synergize with the sugar refinery, we also need to capitalize on bioethanol. This is also interesting area to work on. Here, we need to monetize biogas from palm oil mills effluents. There are several options. Nowadays, there is one company in Indonesia working to get the bio-CNG, and also in Malaysia, we heard the same. In Thailand, it's even better. They have national projects on bio-CNG. Here we have options to work on membranes, like was presented by Professor Datuk Fauzi. Also the adsorbent community, the solid porous materials can contribute to have cheaper materials. And then in the long run, if we are targeting to work on a dimethyl ether, DME, we can also produce DME through reforming, and then from syngas to methanol to DME. And then if these are not available, of course, we can always put the bio gas to turbine to produce electricity. This is another route that is promising. So from biogas to methane reforming to DME plants. So these are the some technology that we expect to grow in the society, be it for chemistry and also chemical engineering. And this pandemic time is also giving us difficulty in social security. Many people are losing jobs in US. 40 million losing jobs, and in India 120 million. In Indonesia we have different numbers, but the essence is that we need to prepare ourselves to recessions in which that the society cannot afford to buy costly fuels. So here we need also to consider the solid fuels, which can be utilized either through pyrolysis, gasifications, or even direct use. So there is also need to think of actions, short-term actions to monetize these solid fuels. So this is the gasifications, which is now already applied in a smaller scale in some parts of Indonesia. We hope that in the future, with the development of gasification for coal, the gasification of agricultural waste also will be improved. And then lastly, we expect to have structured stimulus in order to improve the bioenergy portions in energy mix. So far, we have seen that liquid biofuels is basically the best energy in Indonesia to create jobs, as you can see here, because this is depend on the technology advancement. For some country like China and others, basically solar, photovoltaic, etc., is also securing jobs. And then for Europeans, where they have the fabrication of the wind blades, the wind energy is securing jobs. But for Indonesians, with our technology nowadays, and basically the best option is to have massive and structured efforts to grow bioenergy to create jobs, to create green jobs. Here, the COVID-19 induced unemployment, which basically driving this effort to have green jobs, and also in the long run, we can strengthen our manpower in agriculture. So we expect to see more chemists and chemical engineers to work in between agriculture and energy, which is bridging, which is basically having bioenergy as a bridge. And then, as a summary, we can see that the biomass and also the vegetable oil industry is having a strong role currently in the transition period to create jobs and also to secure liquid hydrocarbon. And then you already seen the development in the production of biofuels, green diesels, and we expect to have in the coming years biogasoline and bioethanol. There is a demand for us scientists to work on low-cost technology, especially in the oxygenation and in cracking to reduce both capital and operating costs. And then we also seen the abundant wastewater or palm oil mill effluents from 800 maybe palm oil mills in Indonesia, which can be monetized to biogas and biomethane to reduce the import on LPG. And then we expect that in difficult situations, we may consider to have national program on solid fuels, yeah, such as Korea and Japan, which are also investing on solid fuels for emergency period. With this, I would like to thank our organizer, all of the organizers who work on this conference, and also our collaborators, all of our collaborators, mostly from Indonesia, our team, and also the sponsor who basically donate funding for our research. And I would like to thank you for your kind attention. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Chairman again. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oki, for the nice presentation. Now we return back to Professor Oh. Hello, Professor Oh. Are you with me? Can you hear me, Professor Oh?
Okay. Is it okay? Microphone is okay?
Okay. Now this is your turn to give the presentation. So time is yours, Professor Oh.
Okay. Wait a minute to start to show this one. Okay, is it okay?
Okay, I can see the screen.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry about the line is a little bit busy, so sorry about the delayed time. First time, especially many thanks to conference chairman, Professor Patmash, and thank you, moderator. Thank you for your kind introduction for me. Okay, today I'd like to talk about this graphene semiconductor technology to the highly improved CO2 reduction and gas sensor. So as you know, so first time. Okay. So this is my university. My university located in the west south area in Korea Peninsula. Our university is specified in the aircraft and air aviation and aviation. So my department is also belong to this department of aviation, materials and technology. So here is Incheon Airport. Airport is very near to Seoul City. My university located in here. It will take about one or 2 hours by a car. So very near to Incheon Airport, from Incheon Airport to my university. Okay. Today I will talk about this graphene technology. So we have also many kind of graphene application. In our research group, we have also many interest in the graphene technology. The first time this one graphene synthesis is a new method. So how can it easily synthesize this graphene material with a new method? So we have also many kind of graphene synthesis method. So we also developed about this new method with an easy synthesis and also a lot of amount of synthesis. So for this one, so we have so many kind of different methods for this one. So and the second one is how can he control this chemical reaction and how can he study about this mechanism and modification. So in our group, so we mainly study about this modification of graphene material. But for this one, we need some more little bit higher technology in terms of thin film or coating fabrication, and sometimes surface modification and colloidal chemistry, and also we also require electrochemistry. But especially in our groups, mainly study about this photoelectrochemistry and hydrogen evolution and CO2 reduction. And sometimes for the application field, this kind of dye-sensitive solar cell or chemical sensor or any other electrochemical devices such as gas sensor or biosensor, and secondary battery and capacitor. All of these kind of devices are also related to these graphene materials and the graphene components. So so as I said, in our groups, some of our students, he is mainly study about this ammonia reduction field. He is study about this hydrogen evolution, the CO2 reduction, dye-sensitized solar cell, and chemical sense and the biosensor, and thermal properties with the graphene materials and the graphene modified material. And he mainly study about the photocatalyst. And also he especially study about this semiconductor field. So how can he apply to these graphene materials to the semiconductor with some different types of semiconductor material with a different electrical circuit. So today I will talk about this chemical sensor and the CO2 reduction. So as I said, so I suggest about one kind of interesting map in here. So this one is also related to the PM 2.5. Here is China, Korea, Japan. So from this map, we can find this red color region and yellow color and blue color region. So maybe I think this red color region is especially polluted with these pollutant materials. So normally I go to China for my work and lecture in there. So this one is also Beijing Main Street, and also here is the Beijing Sky. And also this one is also one of the different province. So from this airport you can find the different sky state. It's a very hazy and not clear. So many kind of pollutant material polluted air like that. So the main problem is how can it sensing this kind of gaseous material. We have an interesting about this kind of point. And also so many scientists are worried about the CO2 gas material. So how can you usefully use this CO2 gas material? So I suggest about this kind of solution with a graphene composite and graphene materials in terms of application. First time, as I said, in case of PM 2.5, we have two kind of pollutant materials. This one is derived from the forest wildfire, volcanoes, and the transportation, and any other chemicals manufacturing and fertilizer, and sometimes this one is derived from the livestock and oil and gas extraction and power generation plant. For the working of power generation plant, we need the burning of some kind of fossil fuels, and also any other construction field. From this kind of chemical reaction or sometimes natural phenomena. So we can mainly find out that this is sulfur compound or nitrogen compound and any other ammonia or the CO2 compound. But if this one is combined with any other metallic compound component with a chemical reaction, so maybe this one will be changed to the PM 2.5. Maybe I think this PM 2.5 will be directly affect the human body. This one will be make a fatal disease in the human body. So these PM 2.5 materials and this kind of gaseous materials are very serious in the human body and the human being world. Especially in case of carbon dioxide, so we have also many kind of driving sources. So first one is this 30% portion is derived from the industrial area. And also second one is 28% portion is derived from the some kind of building operation or building construction, such as steel making or steel manufacturing or concrete manufacturing. And another portion is derived from the road transportation, such as some kind of vehicle walking and some kind of locomotive, and from the any kind of material, fossil material burning, so we can find that this CO2 driving source. This CO2 material, CO2 gas is directly affect to this global warming effect. So as I said, so many scientists are worried about this CO2 problem. How can it decrease this CO2? And another aspect is how can it usefully use this CO2 gas? And also I'd like to talk about this graphene composite. So we have, so as I say, we have so many kind of different types of synthesis method like that. So first time at the synthesis of graphene materials. So as you know, for the synthesis of these graphene materials, so we have a feature problem. This one is cost problem. So how can it decrease this manufacturing cost? This one is also very important. So after obtain these graphene materials, so we can the maker any other company type materials, because graphene materials have no higher effect alone. So we want some more modified composite type graphene composites, the graphene composite material. So in that time, for the modification of graphene composite, we have so many kind of methods, such as simple hydrothermal method, or ultrasonication, or microwave assist method, or self-assembly method. So so from these kinds of methods, so we can easily synthesize this composite material. The first time, this one is also CO2 reduction. For the CO2 reduction, finally we want to obtaining of methanol or ethanol. But in the time we need a special instrument like that. So this one is one of installed instrument in our laboratory. So in this instrument, we necessarily require this heat tank, or this graphene composite is one of the photocatalyst. So we need this strong light source. So this one is also installed gaseous material. So and in the time, so temperature condition is very important. So we need, especially need this kind of, but in that time, in one of student mainly study about this CO2 reduction. So we also designed the little bit larger size pilot scale experimental procedure. But in the time, we can obtain the very effective ethanol amount. So we synthesize some many kind of graphene, many kind of types of graphene composite. So in this case, this one is a binary type. So binary is semiconductor material combined with the graphene material. So this one is one of composite. So after synthesis, this one we check about this chem image or any other analysis. So after synthesis, this composite, we check about this CO2 reduction result to alcohol. And also another example is this one is different types of semiconductor. This one is also binary type semiconductor combined with a graphene and TiO2. This one is basically a ternary type composite material. After synthesis, this one, we checked this sample analysis with this DRS method and Raman XS and this HR10. And from this HR10, we can also clearly confirm about this TiO2 location and this silver selenide location in here. After synthesis, this one, we also check about this CO2 reduction effect to alcohol. From this result, we can find that this visible light effect or this UV light effect. So as you know, because UV light have a strong energy intensity, so we can find the higher CO2 reduction effect. And also another type is this one is a wire type. So after the synthesis of different types of composite with a different method, we also check about this XRD or this photocurrent effect. And this same image, from this same image, you can find this wire types composite. And from here to from HR10 image, you can also find this graphene and tungsten selenide composite. From this composite, we also confirmed this CO2 reduction result. So as I said, because this one is one of the catalysts, we can find the different CO2 reduction effect in the visible light on the visible light region or on the UV light region. And another important one is we every day, every time we are also looking for these scavenger materials. So how can we increase this CO2 reduction effect with a scavenger? This one is also very important. So if we use this scavenger material, so we can find a little more better effect like that. And also another types of composite material. This case, this one is 1, 2, 3, 4 kind of quaternary types of semiconductor combined with graphene materials with this TiO2 material together. So after the synthesis, this one, we also check about this surface state with a mapping diagram, and also check about this particle size. So as you know, this particle size is also important because if any kind of materials have nano size, this one is directly affected photocatalytic effect. So from here, so we suggest about obtain the result. This one have a best result in terms of CO2 reduction to alcohol. Here, I suggest about some kind of compare the results with some kind of different types of composite materials. So among this kind of composite materials, maybe, so as I said, this wire types, tungsten selenide graphene materials have a higher effect. And also this bismuth compound graphene composite with a TiO2 also have a high effect. And also this case, finally, this case, tungsten selenide graphene TiO2 also have a best effect like that. So we don't know about which kind of materials have a best effect. So as I said, one of my students every day, every time study about this best materials in our group. And the second one is a sensor material. So as you know, sensor is one kind of devices provides a usable output in the response. So what kind of response we need? We have also many kind of response. So optical field or electrical field or light field or gaseous material. So any other biological material. So in that time, we mainly study about these active materials for the chemical sensing or biosensing. So in that time, this active material require high conductivity and also high surface area. This high surface area is also important. So maybe after synthesis, this one, so we mainly so apply to this kind of material to biosensing material, gas sensing, and any other chemical sensing material. So this is also one kind of example. So for the high sensing effect, this coating technology is very important. So we study about this coating method with different types of coating technology. So as you know, we have so many kind of coating technologies, such as blade coating or spin coating or and any other laser coating, and so many. We have so many kind of coating method. The first one case also. This one is also graphene or graphite materials coated on the PET polymer film. So because PET polymer film is have not good affinity with this graphene or graphene composite materials, it's not easy. So in our laboratory, we also developed this coating method. And also this one is also another little bit cost simple method with a blade, ductile blade method. We also coated this graphene composite materials with this electrode. Both sides is electrode. And another one is this case, graphene composite materials coated on the FTO glass. So as you know, because this FTO glass have a good electrical conductivity, we have so many kind of application in the laboratory or application field. So in the application field, so we have so many kind of usage with this FTO glass. So we try to do this coating the FTO class. And also another one is this one is one kind of field tested photo. For the acidic material sensing, we also developed this kind of sensor material. So after installed this one, so maybe if any kind of chemical tank leak this kind of acid or base material, so we can sensing with this kind of graphene composite materials like that. So this one is the one of designed sensor material, sensor designed sensor system and the sensor schematic diagram like that. So in the case of this sensor material, we have so many kind of types. So this one is also a very simple one. In this case, so we can find this insulating substance material. So and also after installed this electrode at the both sides, and also this active materials coating in here. This one is connected with some analyzer, and also this one is also similar method. So without this insulating materials, after installed these two kind of electrodes at both sides, so this active material coating or attached together. So this method, this is a simple one. And then in our laboratory, we mainly designed like this kind of types. So this matrix substance material is SiO2, Si vapor. So maybe at first time after the ready for Si vapor, maybe for the semiconductor preparation. So in our country, so we can easily obtain the Si vapor. So after obtain this Si vapor, this one is if this one is oxidized with oxygen, this one will be make a SiO2 or oxidation oxidized SiO2 on the surface. So after make this one necessarily require installation of electrode at the both sides. So this one is a PT electrode. So after installation in here, like that. So this active material coating in here. So finally, we can obtain this sensor material. So I suggest about the detailed schematic diagram in here. So sometimes graphene materials and sometimes CNT. We have so many different types of CNTs. CNT material also require modification as a composite type. After modification, this composite type. So if this one is used this active materials, it also have a high sensing effect. Next one is so as I said, this surface status are an important factor. So how can you obtain the large surface area, the area material? We mainly study about this microporous. So as you know, these TiO2 materials have no high porosity. So from our laboratory, we mainly study about this macropore, mesopore TiO2 synthesis. So TiO2, macroporous TiO2 or porous vanadium oxide TiO2 composite, and the mesoporous aluminum oxide or SiO2. So after the study about this one, this kind of material directly used to active material, or this kind of materials combined with graphene materials. So for the combination of these two kind of materials, we mainly use this kind of self-assembly method after the synthesis of this micelle structure. So we can also make this major porous material. If this major porous materials reacted with a graphene materials with some kind of condition, we can finally obtain this graphene composite as a active material. So I suggest about something compare the result in here. So I mainly talk about this major porous materials. So we checked about this major porous effect. This one is non-ordered porous material. This one is ordered porous material. So from these two kind of active materials, we can find the higher, little bit stable sensing effect from the ordered major porous materials like that. This is one of another example. So this indium oxide have a nice effect for the sensing. So we also suggest about this indium oxide composite like that. This indium oxide combined with a graphene material first time, and also second time this silicon oxide also combining together. So we synthesize this ternary type composite material. After after synthesis this one, we check about this TEM image or HL10 image on the XRD pattern. So from the this kind of result, we can find the this material successfully synthesized. And also after synthesis this one, we necessarily require this Raman analysis and also DRS analysis, XPS analysis, and this nitrogen absorption, dissolution, isosum. So why we necessarily require this DRS method? So maybe so most of these composite materials relate to the this related to this bandgap energy. So we also study about how can we decrease this bandgap energy.
2 minutes remaining, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much. It's finished already. Okay, so this one is also for the confirmation of major force structure, we necessarily require this one. From the obtained these composite materials, we check about this oxygen sensing effect or nitrogen or CO2 sensing effect in here. So maybe among the three kind of sensing effect, we can find that this CO2 best effect. And also another one is for the preparation of sensing material, we necessarily require coating. So we also study about this polymer composite material. So after synthesis of this polymer composite, we check about this kind of chemical spectral instrumental or spectroscopical data like that. And also after obtain this sensor material, we check about this oxygen, CO2, ammonia gas sensing effect from the among this kind of sensing effect. CO2 have a best effect in here. And also this one is another example. So this case also we suggest about another the aspect, another result, another analyze the result like that. This one is also potential dependency. This one is time dependency with concentration variation. And also this case we also suggest about what kind of types of materials have a better effect. So conclusion. So in our works, mainly verify the potential graphene application as a support material in terms of gas sensing or pollution or bacteria sensing related with COVID-19 in this day. One of my students mainly study about this bacteria sensing or virus sensing in our laboratory. And also it also highlight more generally the potential application of graphene-based materials into the field of environmental protection or chemical or biological conversion. Next, I acknowledgement. Thank you very much, Dr. Hwang Yeon-jo in KISET in Korea, and Professor Liu Yin, AUST in China, and Dr. Shuleshi. So I don't know about the Dr. Shuleshi in here, and the Dr. Jong Jung in KAERI in Korea. So many thanks to everybody. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Oh, for the nice presentation and information. So now we are moved to the question and answer session. Because we have running out of time, maybe only 5 minutes left. So I would like to share the screen for the question and answer session. Maybe each speaker have to answer one question only. So I would like to share first. So here for Professor Fauzi, the question is large energy consumption is one of the SWRO weaknesses. Based on your experience and knowledge, how do you think it is more efficient if this salt separation process is carried out at high pressure compared to other process such as the refining process? Professor Fauzi, maybe you can answer this question.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes,
okay.
Please.
Thank you for the question. I also answer some of the question in the chat as well. Some of the question, the answer can be find in the chat room. But for this particular question, it's a good question. First, no doubt that the seawater RO weaknesses is the energy consumption. But nowadays, we have designed one system, 500,000 liter per day. The productivity of the clean water from seawater, and for the last 3 years, about 3 years ago, we installed in somewhere in the east coast of Peninsula Malaysia. It's now still running. What we use in our process design, we use the energy recovery pump, right? Energy recovery pump. That could reduce tremendously the amount of energy usage. And I cannot disclose this because it's quite, have assigned the agreement. I cannot disclose how much it costs reduce, but because of that, many industries, including a big conglomerate in Malaysia, is now appointing us to design, and we are consultant to for them to install a very big plant in Johor Bahru, Malaysia. So another one thing is we could use integrated system, not only membrane per se. We could use the conventional combined with membrane. It depends on the industry. Like the recent one, when they appointed me as their main consultant, they are so fond of seawater RO. But when they went last week to see the system that we designed and built, they are confident that with the energy recovery pump, they could minimize the operating costs due to the quote unquote called large energy consumption. That's my question, my answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. So because we are running out of time, so I think this is the last question for the Dr. Oki Muraza. For Dr. Oki, there is a question from Madu Sarai. How effective the hydrothermal carbonization process to produce solid fuel, and what is the limit of the process to convert oil palm solid waste to generate solid fuel? Okay, Dr. Oki.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Teguh. So indeed, this is interesting questions. The hydrothermal carbonization is basically, we can consider this as a transition technology. As you can see, in the future, we expect other thermal conversions such as pyrolysis and gasification will plays an important role. But now with the problems in the pyrolysis oil, which need to be upgraded with the cheaper cost, and also with the cost that we have in gasification, the carbonization is placing an important role in the transition period. Basically, we can improve the energy density of solid fuels. The challenge is the scale up. So currently, there is a limited technology provider which can give us the technology for industrial capacity. There is a commercial technology from Germany, but we expect that this technology also will be available in Indonesia, Malaysia, and ASEAN, basically to convert for solid waste. We can see also in broader perspective the solid waste that we have. Basically, they are cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. There is should be a way to convert the cellulose and hemicellulose to sugar, which is also highly demanded, and then the rest can be used for the fuels. And also, when we are discussing about solid fuels, we need to remember that 75% of these solid fuels is coming from the palm oil plantations. The oil palm front and oil palm trunk, they are basically like 75%, while the solid waste coming from palm oil mills, they are just about 25%. It's palm kernel shells, etc. Of course, from economic perspective, recently people want to export mostly the palm kernel shell. I think that's the my answer, Dr. Teguh.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Oki. So because we are running out of time, so I think that's is the end of our first plenary session. So thank you very much for Professor Fauzi, Professor O, and Dr. Oki Muraza for the presentation and discussion for this first plenary session. So I would like to hand over the control to Miss Ibu Mila. Please, thank you very much for all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much to Dr. Teguh for moderating the session 1, plenary session 1. And thank you very much to all the speakers in plenary session 1 for sharing the knowledge. And thank you for your time to join with us in the 3rd International Conference on Chemistry, Chemical Process and Engineering 2020. All right, the distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, now we will have a token appreciation for the moderator and also for the speakers, and the token appreciation will be presented by the chairperson of the IC3PE 2020. So to the one and only Professor Is Fatima, time is yours.
Very much. It is very nice presentation and very inspiring talk from Prof. Dato Ahmad Fauzi Ismail, Prof. Won Chun Oh, and also Associate Professor Dr. Oki Muraza. So as our appreciation on behalf of all participants and also a listener here, we'll give the certificate to Prof. Dato Dr. Ahmad Fauzi Ismail, and then also to Professor Won Chun Oh, as well as to Dr. Oki Muraza, and also we acknowledge the moderator, Dr. Teguh Kurniawan, for very nice moderating the session 1. Okay, thank you very much, and hopefully all of you enjoy this conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Organizer Prof. Is Fatima.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Oki, Prof. Fauzi.
Ya, Pak Oki, lama tak jumpa Pak.
Ya.
Mudah-mudahan jumpa lagi nanti Pak.
Ya, di angin lalu aja Pak, di angin lalu aja Pak.
Prof. Fauzi is very busy, but his wonderful talk today.
Thank you. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you, Professor Fatima.
Yeah, thank you, Prof.
Okay, so we have a holiday time because we have a moon festival. So everybody go to hometown in today. So so after finishing these lectures, I have to go to hometown too. Thank you very much. Thank you for your consideration.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much to Professor Is Fatima for presenting the certificates as the token appreciation to our speakers and also moderator in plenary session 1. Again, thank you very much for sharing the knowledge to the speakers. All right, the distinguished speakers and excellency, ladies and gentlemen. And now we are continuing our meeting to the next agenda, that is to join the plenary session 2. And the session will be moderated by Mr. Rainer Lerik, SSI MSc PhD from Universitas Nusa Cendana, Indonesia. Time is yours.
Thank you very much. Is my voice clear?
Yes, clear.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you. I'm delighted to chair this session, and I hope you're still with us for the next 1 hour because we still have an interesting talk from Professor Michiaki Matsumoto from Japan and Dr. Antonius Ola from Indonesia. Is Professor Matsumoto along with us in this Zoom room?
Yes.
Professor Michiaki, okay. And
Can you
Dr.
hear my
Antonius
voice?
Ola? Yes, it's clear. Thank you, Sensei.
Thank you.
I also mentioned that you can ask questions through typing your questions over the chat facilities in the Zoom so that we can show the questions after the second speaker finish his talk. So let us start for the 30 minutes talk from Professor Michiaki Matsumoto. He is now a professor in Department of Chemical Engineering and Material Sciences, Toshisa University, Japan. and he is one of the experts of solvent extraction that I think he will cover up this morning. Time is yours, Professor Matsumoto.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for your kind introduction. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to speak to you today. So, my name is Michiaki Matsumoto from Donsha University, Kyoto, Japan. Today, I will now start my presentation. Unlike the previous talks, my topic is very basic and specific. So, at first, as you might already know, first of all, I would like to explain the solvent extraction. In my talk, solvent extraction means not solid-liquid extraction, but liquid-liquid extraction. So solid-liquid extraction has another story. Generally, solvent extraction is a method to separate compounds based on their relative solubilities into different immiscible liquids, usually water and organic solvent. This is a typical solvent extraction process, a practical solvent extraction process. So extraction of acetic acid with a methyl isobutyl ketones is one of the organic solvent. Acetic acid aqueous solution and MIBK fed to the mixer and greatly stirred to attain the extraction equilibrium. And then the suspended mixture is fed to the settler, left at rest to phase separated into a MIBK phase and an aqueous phase. The extracted acetic acid moved to extracted phase, MIBK phase. Extracted MIBK phase is fed to the distillation column. Distillation column. So, and the bottom of the column, acetic acid is recovered at the bottom of the column. The acetic acid is recovered. And distillated solvent is recycled. So extraction process consists of the extraction process, extraction steps, and the phase separation step, and the solvent recovery step, usually. If the compound is a very hydrophilic or ionic, so acetic acid is some hydrophobic, so acetic acid dissolved in organic phase, but so very hydrophilic compound or ionic compound. So distribution of this compound to the organic phase is very difficult, so hydrophilic or ionic compound. So usually we use an extractant which reacts with a solute. This is called reactive extraction. Extractant, extractant usually was diluted by the organic solvent due to the extractant is high viscosity. In reactive extraction processes, organic phase usually consisted of extractant and diluent. A diluent means organic solvent. Solvent extraction as a practical separation techniques. This slide shows the advantage of the solvent extraction, disadvantage and disadvantage of the solvent extraction as a practical separation technique. The advantage is very simple. high efficiency, and high selectivity, especially reactive extraction, so because involving the reaction. This advantage is a large volume of solvent that the diluent required. Diluent solvent is usually toxic and high flammable. And so, solvent recovery is energy intensive. So its solvent recovery process is required. So that this disadvantage of the conventional solvent extraction is to use volatile organic solvents. So now, we consider the key requirement for a new solvent is as follows. The new solvent, the requirements, the low cost, high solute solubilities, wide potential windows, environmental compatibilities, and so if no registration requirements. It might be hard to satisfy the all requirement, but to satisfy the some of these criteria in this presentation, we address the following two approaches. First approach is no solvent, no diluent, extractants only. So because traditional extractants were very viscous or solid, so we developed a new extractant with low viscosities. This extractant can be used without solvent. And the second topic is water-based solvent, that is aqueous two-phase systems. So we call the ATPS. And first topic is the solvent extraction of metals from aqueous media with undiluted, no diluent, hydrophobic pseudoprotic ionic liquid as extractant. So first, I explain the ionic liquid briefly. Ionic liquid ionic compound or salt, which are liquid below the 100 degrees. More commonly, ionic liquid have a melting point below the room temperatures. Following example of ionic liquid. Ionic liquid is consisted of organic cation and organic anion or inorganic anion. So we can freely combine the organic cation and with the organic or inorganic anion to form a functional ionic liquid. So we call it the designer's solvent. We adjust the properties by combining the cation and anion. So ionic liquid have the following properties: thermal and chemical stabilities, low melting point, high ionic conductivities, solubility and affinity with many compounds, negligible volatility, flame retardancy, moderate viscosities, high polarities. Ideally, the properties are adjustable by combining the appropriate cation and anion. Well, recently, it is interested in alternatives of volatile organic solvent in the field of electrochemistry for reaction and separation, engineering, and biosciences. We pay attention to ionic liquid as an extractant with a moderate viscosities. So ionic liquid are generally classified into the two groups. One is the aprotic ionic liquid, the other is the protic ionic liquid, AIL or PIL. Aprotic ionic liquid and are synthesized by quotalization reaction of imidazole or amines, followed by anion exchange reaction. On the other hand, the protic ionic liquid synthesis is synthesized by neutralization reaction, only one step between the branched acid and branched bases. In this way, so PIR formed through a transfer of PIR formed through the transfer of a proton from a branched acid to a branched bases. This leads to distinguish features between the PIRs and AIRs, aprotic ionic liquid and protic ionic liquid. In that all PIRs have a proton available for the hydrogen bonding and usually non-negligible vapor pressure. Both aprotic ionic liquid or protic ionic liquid is both negligible, non-negligible usually negligible vapor pressure, but sometimes non-negligible vapor pressure, and some PIR is a distributable radius. So this table shows the viscosity of the aprotic ionic liquid. So I'm sorry to the figures is so small. Anyway, this table shows the most aprotic ionic liquids are very viscous and so high cost. So we try to use the hydrophobic ionic liquid. Try to so most aprotic ionic liquid are highly viscous and high cost. So we try to use the protic ionic liquid. So I will explain the detailed our studies from now on. We select the trioxylamine base for base and decanoic acid for acid. At room temperatures, decanoic acid is a solid, and trioxylamine is liquid with a 7.86 millipascal sec viscosities. Equimolar TOA and decanoic acid is mixed and stirred at 50 centigrades to form a transparent liquid at the room temperatures. Its viscosity is 9.1 millipascal sec. This is very, very low. Usually, ionic liquid, the viscosity of ionic liquid extractant is 274 millipascal sec, and a TOA HNTF2, and 95 millipascal sec for water saturated sulfurs IL-101. So this PIR is very low viscosity. So we can use the hydrophobic this hydrophobic PIR as an extractant. So this PIR without dilution was used as an extractant for metals. In this presentation, the metal is neodymium, dysprosium, and nickel. This is rare earth metals and common metals, transition metals. So now, so this study start from 2 years ago. So our results were sometimes primitive, but important results were obtained. So firstly, we try to extract the metal from the hydrochloric acid medias. So because the hydrochloric acid medias is reaching media of the magnetic magnet, unfortunately, metal ions shows poor extrabilities. This is extrabilities is this axis is hydrochloric acid concentration. It's poor extrabilities. So probably it's the hydrophobic PL bears the anion exchange reaction. The anion exchange reaction. So acid exchange reaction at hydrochloric acid to decanoic acid. The exchange reaction is okay. And next, we try to extract the metals from nitric acid medias. As you can see, the extrabilities are not so high, but the extrabilities are larger than those in the hydrochloric acid medias. This is because of the MnO3 is chaotropic characters compared to the MCl3. So MnO3 is easily extracted. So this result is due to the chaotropic characters of metal nitrate. So next, we try to extract the metal from the sodium chloride medias to expect a sorting out effect, NaCl medias. So in this case, rare earth metals were successfully completely extracted under the over 1 molar NaCl concentrations. But nickel ions is not extracted. So also shows we try to extract the metals from sodium nitrate medias. So because the metal nitrate is probably easily extracted. So in this case is 0.05 millimolar at the NO3 concentration. The earth metals extractivity is almost complete. I'm sorry to it's Japanese. This is extrability. This means the concentration. So, and then sodium nitrate is a very effective medium. From these results, we expect the following extraction mechanism. First is sorbation. Sorbation is the metal chloride and the metal nitrate is extracted. And anion exchange reactions. Anion exchange is neodymium metal cation and is exchanged by the proton. Protons the decanoic acid. So this hydrophobic ionic liquid, hydrophobic protic ionic liquid is ionic liquid, but some decanoic acid exists as an undissociated state. So neodymium metal cation exchange protons, and so decanoic metal complex is formed in the organic phase. I guess the two mechanisms, one of sorbation and one of anion exchange reactions. So conclusion, we used an undiluted hydrophobic pseudoprotic ionic liquid composed of trioxylamine and decanoic acid as an extractant to separate rare earth metals from the aqueous media by solvent extraction technique. in the sodium nitrate media, the rare earth metal were found to be completely extracted and preferentially extracted against nickel. We established undiluted hydrophobic pseudoprotic ionic liquid with a relative low viscosity has a potential to separate rare earth metals. So this is only start. This task is only start. Future tasks is extraction capacities. We examine the extraction capacity and the stopping performance and the and the optimization on the combination of amine and carboxylic acid. So next one is the extraction of succinic acid by aqueous two-phase system using ionic liquid. What is ATPS? ATPS and aqueous two-phase system is an aqueous and liquid-liquid biphasic system, which is obtained either by mixture of aqueous solution of two polymers, conventionally the two polymers or polymer and salt. Two-phase are mostly composed of the water and the non-volatile component. Now this is examples. So polyethylene glycol and dextran is dissolved in water, distributed and water. The system is separated to peg-rich phase, peg-rich aqueous phase, and dextran-rich aqueous phase. So peg-rich is more hydrophobic aqueous phase. This is examples of polyethylene glycol, polyvinyl alcohol, polyethylene glycol, potassium chloride, polyethylene glycol, magnesium, and magnesium sulfate. Many combinations were reported. However, the polymer is relatively high cost, and it is difficult to recover the substrate from the polymer solution. So recently, a water-soluble organic solvent, such as ethanol, THF, were emerged as a substituent of polymers. This is so. This is a photograph. Initially, water and ethanol is a homogeneous solution. So when salt was added in the homogeneous solution, this solution is phase separated. The upper phase is alcohol-rich phase, lower phase is water, salt-rich phase, salt-rich aqueous phase. What upper phase alcohol and water mixtures. This system advantage of this system is low cost, easy recovery of alcohol by evaporation, and a simple scale up. So organic solvent is also volatile. So we use the ionic liquid in place of the hydrophilic organic solvent. The advantage of use of ionic liquid in ATPs is a faster phase separation, the reduction in viscosity, etc. So now, we use the following ionic liquid: BIMBr, HMIMBr, or MIMBr is the commonly used ionic liquid. And alcohol, we use each propanol, 2-propanol, tertiary butyl alcohol, ethanol. So in the experiment, so we select the succinic acid. Succinic acid as an extracted species. The succinic acid is applied in the food and pharmaceutical industry sectors and is used as a feedstock for synthesis and biodegradable polyester resins. Succinic acid, dicarboxylic acid, and pKa1 or 4.17, pKa2 5.64. This is a phase diagram. So this axis is salt concentration, this axis is solvent concentration. The closer the binodal curves to the origin of the coordinate, closer to coordinate, the less amount of solvent requires the formation of ATPase under the same concentration of the salt. From the figure, the phase separation abilities of solvent in orders, disorders: tertiary butanol, H-propanol, HMIMBr, nipropanol, or MIMBr, PMIMBr, and ethanol. Generally, ionic liquid has comparable phase separation abilities compared with hydrophilic organic solvent, organic alcohol. This is a result. This result, 2-propanol with salt. That this figure shows the relation of the equilibrium pH of the bottom phase and the extrability. Evidently, so lower pH causes the high extrabilities, and neutral and acidic salt. This is NaCl, NH4 So neutral and acidic salt is favorable to the extraction of succinic acid, because the pKa values of succinic acid were 4.2 and 5.6. The extracted species in the alcohol-rich phase were undissociated form to succinic acid. So this figure shows the relation between the equilibrium pH and the extrabilities for ionic liquid. BMIMBr, HMIMBr, or MIMBr. Unlike ATPase with alcohol, extrability depend on not pH, but depend on the used salt. In alcohol, extrability depend on the pH, but ionic liquid, in the case of ionic liquid, the extrability depend on the used salt. This is salt, different salt. So over pH 6, succinate over pH 6, succinate dianion was also distributed on this area, distributed to ionic liquid phase. So I guess the water aggregation in non-polar solvents such as reverse micelle was influenced by the water activity, which is determined by the salt use. Therefore, so we guess the formation of water pool in ionic liquid and the distribution of succinic acid and succinate to water pool. So in conclusion, it shows that ionic liquid gives a better extrability to use in ATPase than alcohol. So this is a conclusion of the second part. Ionic liquid gives better extrability to use in ATPase than alcohols. ATPase ionic liquid with salt depend on the kind of salt which are used. ATPase alcohol with salt depend on pH condition. ATPase extraction with HMIMBr and ammonium sulfate systems give highest quantitative extraction. Our general conclusion is we have introduced our study of a new environmentally friendly solvent extraction process. We continue this study in this direction. Thank you very much. So if you have some questions and comments, please send me an email. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Arigatou gozaimasu, Sensei. Thank you for the nice talk. It's very interesting to have a talk with Professor Michiaki about the using of ionic liquid surfactant. Now we move to the second speaker, Dr. Antonius Ola. He is now a lecturer in Department of Chemistry, Faculty of Science and Engineering, Universitas Nusa Cendana, Indonesia. He got his PhD from Düsseldorf, Germany, and he concluded his postdoctorate in University of Texas Health Science Center, San Antonio, USA. Today, I think he will talk about his long dedication research on microtubule stabilizing agent. Time is yours, Dr. Ola.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rainer, for the nice introduction. At the first place, on behalf of friends and academic staff from Chemistry of Nusa Cendana University, I would like to acknowledge special thanks for Prof. Isfatima for being able to organize this special event, this great event for sharing knowledge and experience. I'm a natural product chemist, and at this time, I would like to talk about the importance of modification of non-natural products as a potent microtubule stabilizer. So, microtubule stabilizers are one of the most important targets in drug discovery, especially for the treatment of cancer. And this microtubule targeting agent can be divided into two groups. First, the microtubule stabilizing agent, and the second group is microtubule destabilizing agent. The first one, microtubule stabilizer, binds to the polymer and stabilize it, and the second one binds to the dimer and then stabilize it. So the microtubule destabilizing agent, for example, Vinca alkaloid produced from the plant Madagascar periwinkle included vinblastine and vincristin has been used for more than 40 years for the treatment of cancer, especially myeloma and leukemia. And for the second group, the microtubule stabilizing agent, this including the multi-billion dollars, the golden compounds paclitaxel produced from the Pacific yew tree Taxus brevifolia, together with its derivative docetaxel and carboxytaxel, have become the most important drugs in the cancer therapy, for example, for ovarian, lung, and prostate cancer. But the microtubule stabilizing agent is not only produced by the plant, but it also has been reported producing by the microba. For example, the soil bacteria can produce the compounds epithelon B, can be to epithelon B, which is further developed to become drug ixabepilone. And ixabepilone in 2007 has been approved by Food and Drug Administration in USA for the treatment of breast cancer. So this microtubule stabilizing agent, they are very rare in nature, but they can be highly effective as anti-cancer drugs. For example, the first group taxans group including paclitaxel, docetaxel, and carboxytaxel, together with epithelons with its drugs ixabepilone. Other natural metabolites here, for example, discordamolide, laulimelide, Peluria A, and dictostatin, they are highly potent microtubule stabilizing, but they are failing going to the clinic because the lack of in vivo efficacy and also because of the toxicity effect. And recently, some potent microtubule stabilizing agents have been isolated from this plant, Taka sensory or bed flower. And I'm sure maybe all of you just hear the bed flower for the first time. So this bed flower is originated from Southeast Asia, including Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam. But it doesn't look that it doesn't have been explored so much. It doesn't has been explored for the future treatment for the cancer. And normally they have been used only for as an ornamental plants. And from these plants, several metabolites, for example, tacrolides A, B, E, and N, together with the the most potent but found in very minor quantities in less than a milligrams, taconite A, F, and AJ have been isolated from this plant. And then, so this the root from this bed flower contain the major metabolite taconite E, Taka B, and Taka N. The difference of these metabolites, the difference of AE from A is that the absence of the acetoxy group here. And the difference of Taka B and N from A and E is due to the absence of the acetoxy group here. Instead, they're having the hydroxyl group at this position. And in the cell phenotypic base assay, it has been found that the taconite A can cause the disruption in the cell mitotic. It can cause the bundle during the mitotic spindle. So here is the effect of the taconite in the cell. So when we put the 10 macromolar of Taka E and 10 macromolar of paclitaxel, when we compare to the control, that the addition of 10 macromolar of Taka E together with paclitaxel, they can cause the disruption of the mitotic spindle or the bundling during the mitosis. And the most highly potent taconite AF having IC50 value at 23 nanomolar was only found a very, very minor, less than a milligrams from the root of the bed flower. But using the advantages of the modification with semisynthesis, we can produce the very, very minor compound from the major metabolite taconite A with a 100% yield with one single step of oxidation. So we were able to generate through semisynthesis modification from the major metabolite taconite A to produce the most potent compounds AF having the epoxide group at this position. And also the major metabolite Taka A can also be specifically hydrolyzed at this position using sodium bicarbonate to produce only Taka B. And then using the same strategy as taconite A here, we can do the one single step of oxidation with 100% yield to produce higher IC50 value, higher potent taconite. So far we have the AF and AJ as the most highly potent microtubule stabilizer isolate from this plant, having IC50 4 nanomolar and 23 nanomolar due to the presence of the acetoxy group here, due to the presence of the epoxide group at this position. But these two compounds, they have very different properties. The taconite AF, it has an excellent anti-tumor activity with a recoverable weight of loss. But the more potent one, AJ, doesn't have that properties. Even at toxic doses and weight loss is not recoverable. And so these two structures, they have the epoxide group at this position, but the only difference at the position at C15 here. At the C15 here, AF has the acetoxy group, but the AJ doesn't have the acetoxy group. So based on this structure activity relationship study, the presence of the epoxide signal series and the presence of the acetate group here, our aim was trying to develop new class of taconite with the same potency as AJ, but maybe have a better excellent anti-tumor activity as AF, probably with longer half-time and perhaps to increase the therapeutic window so it can go to the clinic. So to reach that aim, we're trying to generate numerous analog with substituents of different size to incorporate at C15 and then to incorporate at C15 with the simple esterification reaction and then followed by the epoxidation at C20 through C23. So then in the first step, we're trying to apply simple esterification using DMAP as a catalyst and Ionic base and auxiliary base with methylene chloride as a solvent at room temperature under stirring. So we try to incorporate the C15 here with some size of unit starting from the most simple one, formic acid, then followed by isobutyric acid, and then pyrrolic anhydride, and the last with the isofluric anhydride. When we also try with this, the simple cyclic compound with the cyclopropan chloride. So we're trying to incorporate those substituents here at C15, but in the reaction, probably we also get the substituent at this position and also at this position. So of course, further work needs to be done to isolate C15 as the pure metabolite. And so the first example, the first part, we're trying to do the esterification reaction using isoflurate anhydride with DMAP as the catalyst in methylene chloride or dichloromethane sulfate under room temperature and continued with stirring. So we were able to introduce the isoflurate group at this position with 18% yield. And the second esterification was done for the perfolic anhydride here, and with DMAP as a catalyst in the presence of Ionic base, we were able also to generate the perfolic anhydride deposition with 6.6% yield. And then we're testing these two products for the IC50 value against HeLa cancer cell line, and then the isoflurate group here has a higher IC50 value around 1.5 micromolar compared to the perfolic anhydride here only having 18.4 micromolar. So this product here was the most potent tacrolinolone having the isoflurate here without the epoxy group here. And then after successful for the first batch of the reaction, we continue with the second one here using isobutyric anhydride and still with DMP. We were able to incorporate isobutyric anhydride at this position together with the cyclopropane chloride. We were able to introduce it into the C15 position. So then when we test to the IC50 value against HeLa cancer cell line, the IC50 value of these two products is above 20 micromolar. But our problem so far is that the yield for this compound is so low, as you can see here also in the HPLC chromatogram, that the C15 substituent here is not as the major product, but found as a minor product. So then we try different strategy with the esterification method. At this time, we use the mixed anhydride. So we're mixing the cyclopropane carboxylic acid together with the perfolic anhydride in the press with DMAP as a catalyst in methylene chloride as a solvent. So we were able to generate again C15 cyclopropane here as the major product. So you can see here, trying the mixed anhydride method, we were able to generate C15 cyclopropane as the major metabolite, as you can see here in the HPLC chromatogram. And so then we continue with the second method using mixed anhydride esterification, and this time we're trying to incorporate the simple subunit formic acid, and then mix with the isobutyric anhydride. We were able to incorporate formic acid substituent at this position, having IC50 value higher than 25 micromolar. So the first step, we were being able to generate ester at C15 position, and so the next step was to introduce the epoxide group at this position, as we already see before that incorporating or introducing the epoxide group at this position, we were able to increase we were able to generate a very potent microtubule stabilizer. But so this DMDO is a very good reagent for epoxidation, but it isn't commercially available. So then we have to try to synthesize in our lab by ourselves. So, and then basically we use for synthesize the DMDO, dimethyl deoxyribonucleic, we use the acetone, then mix with the sodium bicarbonate, and then stirring in the add it into the flat bottom flask, and then put in the ice water bath, and then keep in stirring for 20 minutes. And after 20 minutes, ozone was added into the mixture in a single portion, and then continue again stirring for 15 minutes in the ice bath. And after 15 minutes of stirring, the mixture in this flat bottom flask was moved to the Rotaro evaporator beds here, and then continue to evaporate. So the first one, we try to increase the temperature at 40 degrees Celsius. And after the temperature reaches 40 degrees Celsius, we stop the heating and continue stirring with 200 RPM, but we have to make sure that this bulb is cold enough. How we can cool this bulb? So we use the dry ice and acetone so that the vapor of DMDO that produced here can condensate in this bulb. So then later we will obtain DMDO as the pale yellow liquid. And then having successful of synthesizing DMDO, dimethyl dioxide, so we try our first epoxidation reaction using DMDO with dimethylene chloride as a solvent. Then we were able, to generate formic acid substituent here with the epoxide group here. And as you can see here, we have a huge dramatic increase in the IC50 value, talking in higher micromolar to the low nanomolar single digit potency, 8.4 nanomolar. So introducing the epoxide group at this metabolite really has a significant effect for the increase in the potency. And then we continue with the second, in the second batch, the epoxidation reaction of the isophyllate group here. Then in one single step of oxidation, we were able to generate a C15 isophyllate with the epoxide group here. And this product was get impure. We need only to evaporate the solvents and then we get the product. That's why we have 100% yield. No further purification should be done. No further purification should be done because we can just evaporate the solvents and then we get the product. And also we try with the perfolic anhydride with 100% yield. Again, we were able to introduce the epoxide group at this position. And we test these two products having the epoxide group in this position against the HeLa cancer cell line. And it is very interesting for us because this is the first time we were able to generate the most potent microtubule stabilizer. And this IC50 value less than 1 nanomolar is greater than the drugs paclitaxel that has been used so far. So this is actually a very important, result for us because the first time we were able to generate through semi-synthetic reaction the most potent microtubule stabilizer having the C15 isophyllate group with the epoxide group at this position. And also for the perfolic anhydride here, we get very low nanomolar potency, 3.4 nanomolar. So this finding incorporating the bulky group at C15 position together with the epoxide group was the very good strategy to generate a potent microtubule stabilizer for the next generation drug for treatment, for cancer treatment. And then so how we are sure that we got the product of the epoxide group here? At the first time, of course, we have an additional 16 mass unit because the presence of oxygen here, but it can be clearly seen from the proton spectra of the NMR here. So in the reaction, we have the olephonic signal, the double bond signal at this position correspond to this structure, but after the reaction, this signal was gone. This signal in the product was not found anymore. Instead, we having additional signals at this position at 3.3, which was not observed in the reaction, but instead we having that in the product. And this 3.3 signal was characteristic of the epoxide signals here. And then we continue with the second batch of the reaction, trying to incorporate the epoxide signal at this position. And again, we were able to generate isobutyric anhydride at C15 position and all together with the epoxide group at this position. And also for the cyclopropane, we were able to generate with 100% yield as well. So again, we will test these two products having the epoxide group here and the isobutyric here against HeLa cancer cell line. And as you can see here again, we have low nanomolar potency. We are not talking in the micromolar potency, but this is in a low nanomolar potency in the single digit nanomolar. So again, a huge dramatic increase when we modify this tacalonolide natural product with the C15 esterification and then incorporating with the epoxide group at this signal. So, and again, how we were sure that we get the right product, the epoxide. So we have a very nice clean spectra of the proton NMR. And again, in the reactant, we will have a double bond signal here at this position. But after the reaction, we don't have that signal. This signal is gone. But we have an additional signal at this at 3.3 here, which was not present in the reactant. So that means that because this signal is belongs to the characteristic of the epoxide group, that means we really get the product. And then the last part we try. So then for the C15 microtubule stabilizer, we incorporate the bulky group here and then continue with the one single step epoxidation. We were able to generate for the first time a very highly potent microtube stabilizer from takanolite. And this finding was much more important because at the first time we were able to generate semi-synthetically the most potent microtubule stabilizer having IC50 less than 1 nanomolar, 0.8. And why this is important? Because it takes only 15 minutes to generate this product, and then with one single step of oxidation with 100% yield, we can generate this very potent microtubule stabilizer. And so again, another study that we found from this ornamental plant originated from Southeast Asia is that the root of this plant actually accumulates several highly potent compounds, for example, takanolite T and takanolite I, but again, they are found in very, very minor quantities, less than a milligram. But it's very difficult for us because we don't have access to the C1 position here. We don't have access to the C1 position here because it's too costly. So then we try different methodology that trying to generate this class of compound having the same chemical properties, but we can substitute a different position. So then using the properties of this takanolite in base environment. So in base environment, when we hydrolyze takanolite A using sodium bicarbonate, we have the product, the mixture of takanolite, Taka B, and Taka I. The difference of Taka I and Taka B is only these two this hydroxyl group and this keto group was reversed. In Taka B, the hydroxyl group at this position, but in Taka I, the hydroxyl group was located in this position when we put the reaction was still in base. So and you can see also here that in the NMR spectra, so here is the spectra after the hydrolysis product from the Taka A. So without keeping the product in base solution, we have here from the NMR spectra the mixture of two compounds, Taka I and Taka B. But when you put at 1 drops or 2 drops of formic acid, we can force the Taka I becomes to Taka B, and then we get the main product of Taka B here. Having these properties of the takanolite B, so we try to generate the substituent of the C6 here because this is much more stable compared to the C15 here. And again, using simple esterification, we were able to generate C15 pavolic. And also it is interesting that this also the first time we were able to generate monoester takanolite at C6 here. And as you can see here that the IC50 value against HeLa cancer light for this compound is higher than at C15.
Sorry,
And then we continue with the one single step of oxidation using DMDO, we get 100% yield. And this is the most important finding that we get higher IC50 value low than 1 nanomolar potency against cell cancer cell line 0.6. And at this C6 position, it's much more stable. It is easy to hydrolyze compared at the C15 here that this C15 is very easy to hydrolyze. So actually, this is also a very important result that we can direct the modification of Taka B and then direct the substitution of C6 to produce the highly potent microtubule stabilizer Taka A at C6 position with the epoxy group at this C20 through C23 position. And then
sorry, Dr. Ola, sorry for interrupting.
Okay, thank you very much. And
2 minutes left, 2 minutes left.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So then from Taka B we can modify from the pH base and then we can generate the C6 position here. And then we have the very low nanomolar 0.6. And then we also tried the second method here, trying to using the mixture of A and I and B, and with the esterification here, we were able to generate a C6 here and no C15 here, and both of them. And then we continue with the single step oxidation. We have very low nanomolar potency over here. And as you can see here, that we conform the product from the proton NMR spectra as well. And so so from the C6 here, we were able to generate the most potent compounds. This now is 0.6 nanomolar and 2 nanomolar, and this is much more stable. So then in conclusion, from the hydrolysis reaction, continue with the simple esterification reaction, and then continue with the one single step oxidation, we were able to generate highly potent microtubule stabilizer, and having low nanomolar potency over here. We have the sub-nanomolar, 0.6 nanomolar and 0.8 nanomolar, and this IC50 value is better than the drugs that we have been used so far. And so having this highly potent microtubule stabilizer, we were hoping that we can put tacrolimus as the next clinical candidate, as the next generation of microtubule stabilizer. And because due to the importance of this study, we have been, several patents have been applied to the United States application and have been just published in March 2020, but also to the international patent application here. So, again, this bed flower is native to Southeast Asia, especially Indonesia, but none of us have think about the benefits of this flower to become the next generation of microtubule stabilizer. And so I would like to say thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Ola. Very nice talk. But because of the time, we directly go to the question and answer session. I'm so sorry because Professor Matsumoto couldn't attend this question and answer session, but because he has something important to do, but he will join the rest of his time in this conference. And for Dr. Ola, you have many questions. Yeah. One is, how did you carry out the stereoselective epoxidation of tacrolimus A to AF or B to AG? And how about the enantiomeric excess, percent of the enantiomeric excess?
So we have done for several CD calculations to answer the mixture or the possibly enantiomeric excess, but actually we only have it's like an equatorial position, and this is also proved from the coupling constant from the NMR. So we know for sure that the epoxidation was only go for one step, and we also proved that with the CD calculation as well. So thank you very much.
Okay, so you got a single enantiomers.
Yes, we can figure out, and we only have that one product, no enantiomer of that product.
Okay. And then it's questions about the starting materials that you carried out for the esterification reactions. Is it milligrams or nanograms might be?
No, it's only, so we can start at least 5 milligrams. So I only use a small material, and the most I use is 20 milligrams. So 20 milligrams, we were able to generate, for example, 5 milligrams. And then we continue with 5 milligrams. We continue with the in vivo study as well. So we don't need much compounds to produce the esters and the epoxide group.
Okay, the last question is from Stephen Kurniawan from Universitas Machung. How about the selectivity for the anti-cancer activity of microtubule compounds? Does the synthesized compounds are also toxic to the ferrocell line?
So this is very interesting questions. Yes, of course, we have put in mind those issues as well. And then the compounds actually has been tested for, especially for triple negative breast cancer, MDA231, and also for the HeLa cancer cell line. But again, in this study, we have some limited window. It means that the concentration to give the benefit of these compounds is not too much different with the toxic concentration. But if we deliver the compounds to the target, then we get really a very nice anti-cancer effect. So with that one, we study in using the oral cancer. When we put the compounds into the oral cancer cell, and we really have a nice curve for the inhibition. So this is still the questions that we are trying to answer of about how to minimize the toxic effect, and also trying to put the good compounds into the in vivo for having the having a good in vivo result. So yeah, we still working on this one, and now it is continue with the Terona company. They were trying to study about the selectivity for the cancer and also for the efficacy in the in vivo experiment.
Thank you, Dr. Ola. For the last time, is Professor Michiaki already back in this room, or he hasn't in? Then I think that's all for the second session. I thank you for Professor Michiaki and Dr. Ola for the very interesting and nice talk today. And I think we go back to the Miss Mila. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to Dr. Larry for moderating the plenary session too. And also thank you to our speakers, Professor Matsumoto and also Dr. Ola. All right, the Excellency, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, and also the moderators. Right now, we would like to have a token appreciation for the second time. And the token appreciation will be presented by Professor Is Fatima. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. It was a very nice and very attracting topic for me, actually, because as you know that my discipline is rather to the material sciences compared to the organic science. So it is a very wonderful perspective in chemistry. So as a token appreciation for the keynote speakers, the committee gave the certificate awarded to Prof. Michiaki Matsumoto for very nice talk. Also to Dr. Renat Antonius Ola for very inspirative topic in organic chemistry. And not forget to give the appreciation to Dr. Rainer Lerik for nice moderating the session too. Okay, thank you very much. Hopefully you enjoy this conference.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to Professor Is Fatima for presenting the certificates as the token appreciation from the committees to the moderator and also to the speakers in plenary session too. All right, the Excellency, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the conclusion of the opening ceremony and also the plenary sessions of the third International Conference on Chemistry, Chemical Process and Engineering 2020. And after this, we will have a break time and postal slideshow. And we also would like to inform you that at 1 p.m. we would like to continue for joining the invited speaker session, and at 1:40 p.m. we would like to join for the oral and poster sessions. And we would like to kindly inform you also that the invited speaker session, then the oral and poster session will be held in breakout room. So for about at 1 p.m., all the participants and also the invited speakers will be invited by the host to join the breakout room. And today we will have 5 rooms in breakout rooms. And the committees, please help me to show the slide of the format of the naming of the participants. Yes, so we beg to all the participants please rename your username in Zoom as the format that presented in your screen. So the format is room and then followed by the last name and then followed by the abbreviation of the affiliation. So for example, room A followed by Wiang Toko, your last name, and then followed by your institution or affiliation, UII, for example. So we have already 5 rooms, A, B, C, D, E. And today we will have 10 invited speakers. And we also would like to inform you that for the participants or for those who want to join in room A will be with Dr. Siti Iliani Rani from University College Tati, Malaysia, and Dr. Ing Insinyur Anton Irawan MT from Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa, Indonesia. And then for those, the participants who want to join in room B will be with Professor Dr. Ivandini Tribidasari Angraningrum SSI MSI from Universitas Indonesia, and then with Mr. Sunardi PhD from Universitas Lambung Mangkurat Indonesia. And then for those who want to join in room C will be with Dr. Grand Prix TM Kaja from Institut Teknologi Bandung Indonesia and with Dr. Nabihah Abdullah from University College Tati, Malaysia. And then next, the participants who want to join in room D will be with Dr. Eko Adi Prasetyanto from Atmajaya Catholic University Indonesia and with Dr. Shures Sagadevan from University of Malaya, Malaysia. And then the last but not least, the participants who want to join in room E will be with Dr. Tatang Sabur Julianto from Universitas Islam Indonesia and Mrs. Deni Susanti PhD from International Islamic University Malaysia. So that's all of the invited speakers today that will be with you in breakout room in room A, B, C, D, and A. And now we will have a break time and also the poster slideshow. So please enjoy the session.